Bonjour. 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 Madame, bonjour. Bonjour. Madame, bonjour. Okay, you know what I mean? Hello, viewer. Oh my gosh. Hello. Yeah. Who will you choose? Will you choose me or will you choose Kid No Keen? You know what, Glitch Master? Dragonfire Gaming. Hello, Vladimir. You should choose me because Kid Not Keen already has a ton of viewers, you know? Kid Not Keen probably has 50 live viewers. And how many do I have? Glitch Master, you know what I mean? Also, for now I have Kid on screen and you on tablet. You chose Kid Not Keen more than me? Also, I'll be talking about... We have Vlad and I, true. I'll be talking about empty streamers today, okay? Because a streamer has triggered me today, you know what I mean? I've heard discourse about a certain streamer that I have not checked upon for a bit. A cowardly streamer. A cowardly pervert, you know? That ran away from debating me. Do you know who that is? Do you know who's the pervert that ran away from debating me? Look, I have KFC. No. No. Chad Logic. Chad Logic has been talking about travelers and now. Again. You know? He was too cowardly to debate me on the topic of travelers. But he did another ultra bigoted segment about travelers on Kick. You know? I think we should talk about those empty streamers that don't believe in anything and just spout hurtful rhetoric for money. You know? Irish travelers. You know? Irish travelers. But yes, I guess people would say that it's kind of related, you know? It's people that live a similar type of lifestyle that as Roma. But in this case, we're talking about Irish travelers. And Chad Logic is extremely bigoted against Irish travelers. He agreed to debate me on it and then he just ghosted me because he was too afraid to do it. And now he decided to open his mouth on the subject again. So I guess we're gonna talk about Chad Logic a bit, and we're gonna use him as a vehicle to do some on-stream research on the topic of travelers. We're gonna try to dismiss some of the more heinous or more outrageous stereotypes and lies straight up. So we're gonna do a little bit of research. You know? Isn't that exciting? You know who is really well versed on the topic? Karasu Kafka. You know what I mean? Oof. I hate when this happens. Ammonia. Do you have any questions to me? Also, I got a new game from my best friend Tuan. You know? I got a new game called... I don't know if you've heard of this game. Blasphemous. Have you heard of the game Blasphemous? Yeah, so I got a code for it on Steam today. From my friend Twan, you know? So I might play it on stream today. Are you excited? Are you excited for me to play it on stream? Oh, Vladimir says yes, probably should install it and play it right now. Okay, I have to fetch my phone because I have the code on my phone. And then we can, I guess, install it and play it right now. You know what I mean? And then we're gonna talk about Shad Logic, you know? That bastard. You know? Also, where's Dr. Jones? Have you seen Dr. Jones anywhere? Yeah? Oh no. Epic Store is not as sexy as I am, you know? You know what I mean? I have cloud saving. Lucy has cloud saving, you know what I mean? I'll go, yeah, you know? I'm going to take my phone. It's gonna be sexy. You know what I mean? Wait, I have to take this. Hold on. What is Kid Not Kin talking about, by the way, Glitch Master? You know who's going to... Oh no. Hello. Yeah, we're going to be... There are a few of these empty streamers, but the most egregious example I can think of right now is Mr. Shad Logic, you know? You know what I mean? Do you agree with me? Oh. Apparently there's been a big breakdown between Canada and the US in trade. Because Trump is stupid. Like, it's a weird pattern that Trump just creates problems and then spends the entire time solving his own mess, you know? That's basically Trump's term in office. He creates, like, the only thing that he didn't create himself is Ukraine, and he still is not able to help with that. But other than that, he just creates messes and is busy kind of fixing his own messes. And he's not even fixing them, so you know. Iran is his own mess, basically. Tariffs, etc., that's his own mess. A lot of the stuff that he deals with are his own messes, you know? You know what I mean? I can't believe that I'm being hypnotized all the time, you know what I mean? It's very discouraging, you know? It's not sexy at all. You know? There's nothing sexy about being hypnotized. Have I ever told you this? Why is this dungeon so big? Oh my god. You know what I mean? Or if you're hypnotized by something sexy, nothing is sexy in this dungeon. It's all weird fish and steroid monsters, you know what I mean? Oh. You haven't noticed that I'm wearing a new outfit today. You haven't complimented my outfit, you know what I mean? What? That's not true. It's a beautiful 10 out of 10 upper garment. What do you mean? How can you say that? Don't be a pervert. Basic outfit. How can you do this to me? Are you calling me fat? It's pink! What do you mean red? It's pink. The color is pink. Your monitor is out of whack. I think you're a pervert. You know what I mean? I think your tablet screen is out of whack, you know? I bet it's like an Apple tablet or something. Ryu hears the voice of the brute sealed in a chrism. You found a gross gene. Ugh. Disgusting gene, you know what I mean? Let's look at the gene. Gross gene. Enhances abilities. Oh wow, okay. You know what I mean? That's gross. That's a really gross gene. You know what I mean? Let's go to the camps. Pussy Pussy. The same race as Gar. You mean there is more like him? Geist was a great guardian. In other words, he was very good at killing dragons. I think it must have been Geist who realized that maybe the dragons weren't evil. Let's see, follow the coast from Urkantapa to the west. We're gonna save game, you know what I mean? I already used some of the things from the package, you know? From some of the bathing things, you know? And it's like, you know what I mean? Let's go fight the awful guy. And we're gonna use the gross gene. This is here's Cliff. It's a place for the homeless and jobless and other dropouts. Are you fellas on the lam too? You sure don't look like it. This is where all them folks that don't fit in somewhere else comes to be. Like me, heh. I got into trouble back home and I took off. Here, nobody's come after me here, I figured. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? What do you want, eh? Looking for someone? Guys, at the end of the village. Hehehe. Why did he laugh? I don't get it. Why did he laugh? You know what I mean? Oh, it's Geist. Who's there? Guardian Geist. Gar? A progeny of the brood? Is that him? At God's command, we killed the brood. I want to know if that was a mistake. And he's the key to that mystery. Are you still talking that nonsense? If you doubt the word of God, you should just run away. Run away like I did. What were you thinking anyway? Bringing him here like this. You want to help him avenge the brood? He's only one little boy. What do you think he can do all alone? I just want to know the truth. Why did the brood have to die? Bah, you haven't changed, have you? Asking those stupid questions. Anyway, so what does the high and mighty Gar want with me, eh? We need you to 3 days so we can meet with God. We need days help. Days, eh? Oh, Fido just whined. One moment, I'll be right back. Fido is unhappy about something. I heard him. I heard my dog. Co jest, Busiu? No co? Co? Co jest, Busiu? Ojej. No tak. Okay, I think he's okay. You know what I mean? I thought he was unhappy about something, but he's sleeping. Maybe he had a bad dream, you know? Sometimes even dogs and cats have bad dreams, you know? Did you know this about me, my secret? Did you know the secret of the bad dreams of dogs and cats? Sometimes they're like, oh my gosh, I dreamt about being sued, which is what my dog told me recently. I dreamt about being sued for custody, you know? I suppose I'm the right one to talk to about that. Alright, I'll help you. But before I do, I want to have a little chat with our dragon friend here. Alone. I'm sure you've heard from Gar about how we Guardians fought the Brood. We killed countless Brood. Something I feel really bad about now, but it's all over and done with. Unless you want to dig up all those skeletons of the past. That's what I thought. That's the way the Brood always were. Even though they had such power, they didn't fight back. The world thinks that it was the Brood that started the war. But they didn't. We hunted them down and killed them. Eventually, I couldn't take it any longer, so I ran away. Gar kept his faith in God and fought to the end, but I bet somewhere deep in his heart he had his doubts. So you see, it's not that I don't understand what he's feeling, but I was never as serious as he is. I don't care about God or the truth. It's too much trouble for me to bother with, you know? That's why I want you to think this over. Talk about it with Gar outside there. And if you're really serious, if you really want to do this, come back here alone, alright? Alright, now get out of here. You know what I mean? What happened? Guys said that I think maybe he wants to test Yuryu. As long as I've known him, Guys doesn't do anything until he's convinced himself it's what he has to be done. He probably wants to know how serious you are about this whole business. Just how far you mean to take it. What do you think, Ryu? Your strength, the blood in your veins, your desire to know the truth. The truth about God. Is it enough to convince Geist? I must know the truth. Then you have nothing to worry about. Once you've prepared yourself, you should go meet Geist. You know what I mean? Let's meet that pervert. You know? Rest here. What do you want to do? I just hope they will not rob me and kill me in my sleep, you know? Good morning, say? Oh yeah. What do you want? I can buy things, you know what I mean? Okay. Let's go fight Geist, you know what I mean? I'm ready, Geist. Well then, have you made up your mind? I want the truth. Heck, I thought you'd say that. I had you figured as the serious type. Well then, shall we begin? Go over there. Stand between the two braziers. That's fine. Alright now. This may seem old-fashioned to you, but it's the only thing I know how to do, okay? I need you to fight me, little dragon. He looks like a demon, you know? Makes you think, who are the bad guys? Look, he looks like an evil demon. From hell. Atención! You know what I mean? El Pueblo Diablo, Devil Chicken. I will destroy this enemy, you know what I mean? Look at this. I'll destroy this evil demon. El Pollo Diablo. Demon Chicken. Who will win, do you think? Me or this big winged bastard? This game has pretty good graphics, do you think? How do you like this game's graphic? BWB? What does that mean? Big Wild Boo Boo? Oh my god, he's not a cop that you call him bastard, you know? He's not a he's kind of a police officer of this world, I guess. You know what I mean? He brutalizes the brood for no reason. Damn, he is a bastard. I think I will win. Woo! I did not pre-watch this fight, okay? I just predicted it. That was not a pre-watched fight, okay? You know what I mean? You probably thought, oh my god, pre-watched, but no. Ooh. So this is a dragon's true strength. You see, the seal that keeps days trapped couldn't be released as long as I was alive, so this was the only way. Don't feel bad. I died the day I became a guardian. Besides, during the war, I killed so many dragons, it seems only fair that I in turn have my life taken by the brood. I wonder, is this power what God feared? Guys, or is it the real power of the brood? The ability to make allies out of enemies. It's too bad it had to be this way. I would have liked to go with you. Gar, it's up to you now. Guys understood. With this, days should be free. Let's go to meet God. Let's go to meet God. You know what I mean? Also, by the way, you have to click on the corpse here to get Gar's best weapon in the game. And you can miss this. Because if you don't click on his corpse here and leave the area and you come back, it disappears and you cannot get the weapon anymore. Just saying. You know? I bet you did not know about this and you would have missed the weapon. Look how... Holy shit! You know what I mean? Look at this. Look at this. You know what I mean? This is crazy! Look at this crazy power. From 148 to 256. You know what I mean? And it has drain life ability. You know what I mean? Crazy! You know? Isn't this crazy? Come on, please say that it's crazy. Oh my god, nobody appreciates the big number, you know? The chat should be erupting like OMFG in the chat, you know? It should be like OMFG, what a big number compared to the other smaller number. And life drain? This is just crazy, you know? Mama is OP, please nerf. No, don't nerf Momo, you know what I mean? Sand. I hate sand, it's cross and it gets everywhere, you know what I mean? Boy! Boy meets Mini! Big number? I'm on Linux, I have big numbers. What up, Lucy? So I'm gonna be talking about empty streamers today, you know? Oh boy, do you wanna call in? Call in, boy! Let's go! You know what I mean? It's time. It's time for you to call in, you know what I mean? No! You should call in. I'm gonna be talking about empty streamers such as Shadlogic, you know? You know what I mean? Because Shadlogic did not have the courage to debate me, but he has the courage to talk about travelers again. What? What do you mean? Who are you referring to with Quebec? What? No. French is best, you know, it's like bonjour, you know what I mean? Bonjour. Mon visage, you know? Bon visage. Also, Belgium are the real French. You know what I mean? Mon visage. Mon fille. Mon visage. Valonia agrees, because Valonia is a pervert, you know what I mean? Valonia is the biggest pervert. Mon Dieu! Got them! True. I've got them. I've got them. Look, we're gonna have nudity on stream in a moment. I'm gonna show you, it's gonna be perverted. We're gonna see nude babes, you know what I mean? If you are shy about nude babes, then you better cover your eyes, you know what I mean? If you're shy about nude babes, then you better cover your eyes. You know what I mean? Days. You had her in your party in Breath of Fire 1 and 2, by the way. You know? In Breath of Fire 1 and 2, you had her in your party. Guardian. Come closer. You big oaf. You bone-headed guardian. What did you think you were doing? Entombing me in this temple for 500 years. I have half a mind to blast you into orbit. So, I guess the fact that you've released me shows that you're finally willing to listen to what I have to say. It's too late, idiot. Well, maybe not completely hopeless. What have you done? What do you think you're doing, you buffoon, idiot? But our God has told us that they are wicked and evil. And you never thought she might be wrong, you imbecile? I'll take you to meet your fool God. Days, show more respect for our God or else. If each and every last member of the brood had indeed been killed, all would have been lost. But there's still one of the brood left. And what of God? First things first, Guardian. The spirits of the dead dragons are too strong here. We need to go someplace else. There should be a cave at the base of the volcano to the west of here. I'll meet you there. The volcano to the west. Got it, my little dragon. The volcano to the west. She must mean Mount Zublo. Don't this just beat all? But yeah, it's like you used to have her in your party. She's like that powerful mage. You had her in your party in Breath of Fire 1 and Breath of Fire 2 because this is a trilogy. And they're connected. The story of Breath of Fire 1, 2, and 3 are connected. You know? We might play Breath of Fire 1 after this. You know what I mean? Doesn't that sound sexy? What do you think? Tell me if this sounds sexy to you. I guess no response. Nobody wants to play Breath of Fire 1 with me. Do you underestimate the power of Super Nintendo? You know what I mean? Ushu. Wasn't this the name of the sorceress who fought for evil? I mean, wasn't she on the dragon's side in the war? The cave at Mount Zublo. I had no idea it was a shrine to the dragon god. Oh, there was a dragon god, by the way, in old games. I haven't been able to play with any machines for a while. Seeing gods all well and good, but I want my machines. She wants a dildo. I tell you, Ryu, I'm getting really tired, running here, there, all over. Wow, for a tiger man, you sure are lazy. You know what I mean? Now that we've gotten his best weapon in the game, we are kicking him out of the party. Cause he's a pervert. You know what I mean? Okay, let's go. Let's go to Mauzublo. You know? And then we're gonna go check up on the fairies. You know what I mean? I guess if there are still people wanting to use the road, the guild ship must still be under repair, huh? There is nobody here, is there? There you are, my little dragon. Don't be frightened. This is what I really look like. Were you expecting me to show up naked again? In that form, the one I was imprisoned in, I'm not able to fully utilize my powers, see? That's too bad. I like you this way. Well, thanks. You certainly know what to say to a lady, don't you? Yeah, it's true. You should join our party, like you did in Breath of Fire 1 and 2. You know what I mean? We would win then. So now that you're all here, is this where we'll meet God? No, silly. I'm going to tell you how to get there from here. Before I was imprisoned, I would have been able to take you there myself, but I don't have enough strength left to do it now. Alright, my little Ryu. I'm going to open your eye, so you'll be able to see the way yourself. It might hurt a little, but you'll just have to grin and bear it. My Ryu. That Ryu is called Prana, the Eye of God. If you follow that light, you'll find the God who used the Guardians to destroy your people. North? Far, far away to the north. Across the sea. How you get there is up to you. I can't do it for you. This is all I can do now. It's up to you now, Ryu. Good luck. Gar, I want you to look out for him. Make sure nothing happens to him, understand? I swear by the lives of all the brood. I stole. He will not come to harm while I draw breath. Phew. I must be getting old if something like this knocks the wind out of me. You must be feeling your age as well, sister. Sister is Miria. Ryu, Gar. First Ryu, then you, Gar. Just disappeared like that. I was so frightened. What happened? Did you see Days? Did you meet God? God is very far away. Across the sea. Looks like we'll be needing a boat. You know what I mean? My party got scrambled. Oh, let's check on the ferries. Okay, let's do this. Do you want to use the fairy tiara? I can't believe that the music is still slow. Help! Help us! Tell us what we should be doing to build our village. You already know what to do, right? Yes. Okay, it's up to you now. You know what I mean? Rao. Weapons? Very nice. You know what I mean? Welcome, I've got nothing but the best. That's a pointed stick, that's not the best. Hi there, why don't you come stay with me? How do you want to do? Good morning, Save. How do you like the village of the fairies? Do you like the village? Let's get out of here. Let's go talk to Bade. We should play Blasphemous a bit. I'm gonna go get the phone and I'm gonna get the code You know what I mean? Where is Bade? Bade? He went to Junktown to get back our ship. Nice. Let's do this. I'm playing the best game in the universe when Capcom was a good company. Capcom has abandoned this series forever. You will not see a new Breath of Fire game ever. Because Capcom is a bunch of bastards, you know what I mean? I bet you did not know this. But Capcom is a bunch of betrayers. I'll be right back. I'll go fetch that code. Do you want me to play Blasphemous? Write hell yeah in the chat if you want me to play Blasphemous. You know what I mean? I've got a wallet in my pocket. Is this a wallet in my pocket or am I happy to see you? You know what I mean? Is this a wallet? I've got a long-haired German Shepherd here. Hell yeah in the chat. Okay, let's do this then. Okay, I'm gonna save game, you know what I mean? Save state, which is cheating. Ui, Bushu! No tak, Bushu! Chodzą mnie busiu, chodzą mnie busiu. Oj, oj, oj. Busiu, busiu. Busiu. Chodzą mnie busiu, chodzą mnie busiu. Oj, oj, busiu. Do you know that Fido is a long-haired German Shepherd? How much do you know about Fido, the long-haired German Shepherd? You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. Entschuldigung. Okay, I'm going to add the game now. Entschuldigung. Waiting for network. Logging in. Loading user data. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. Oj, Busiu. Co ty mówisz, Busiu? Oh, World War I, Gallipoli Ottoman Front is now available. What is this game? Simulation World War I. How does it cost? How much is it? Oh, it's actually pretty cheap. We should play the World War I simulator game, you know what I mean? Okay. Games. Activate product on Steam. Okay, I will activate it now. You know what I mean? What? Why didn't it work? What the hell? Okay. Blasphemous I have now. You know what I mean? Okay, I have Blasphemous now. I can install it now. You know what I mean? I'm installing Blasphemous. You know what I mean? Because you wrote hell yeah in the chat. I have to turn on gaming. See, it's even on screen. I was afraid to show you this because I was afraid a short stack goblin would pop up, you know? You know, there's always a risk that there are some short stack goblins on the screen, you know? You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. May they who never have shown short stack goblins on screen throw the first stone. You know what I mean? Do you have Gunner games? Not on the laptop. Do I have Gunner game? Wait, do I actually have any good? Maybe I have some Gunner games on Steam. I have the KFC game. Is that a Gunner game about dating the KFC guy? If there's no sound, there should be sound. Yeah, there should be sound. You know what I mean? There's always problem with the music. Oh my god. You have a pervert game? Are you a pervert? Okay, let's play Blasphemous. The game has Russian but doesn't have Ukrainian. I already am deducting points from this game, you know? You know what I mean? This game has already negative points. Okay, so you're about to play a good game, so what I'm saying is that it's Castlevania type shit with a Dark Souls lore and a bunch of religious references. Alright, let's do this. It's like a Souls-like game, right? But it's 2D. My mom is calling me, of course.
Because it is my guilt, I claim you grievous miracle. Make my chest hurt with regret. Forge your punishment and nail it deep. Shape my guilt once again.
Oh my gosh. Is she okay? Do you think that she's okay? Is this woman okay?
And thus, guilt, repentance, mourning, and every pain of the soul of all kind were visibly and tangibly manifested everywhere and in all of us. Sometimes in the form of blessing and grace, sometime in the form of punishment and corruption. That divine will, equally pious and cruel, which we could not and will never be able to unravel, was called the miracle.
It looks like the brand from Berserk. It's a 2D Souls like, yeah. So I will be losing and dying a lot, I take it. Biliary flasks. Vessel 1 to consume one of your biliary flasks and recover vitality. These concentrated flasks are refilled by kneeling in a pridien. Find empty vessels to increase the amount you can carry. I have a feeling Raider Rain would have liked this game. I cannot even combo. That's not good. You know what I mean? Am I gonna die by the first enemy? Does this game have full damage? I still don't know if this game has full damage or not. Does this game have a mini-map? It does. Predium. Press triangle to rest at the Predium, saving your game and refilling your health and flasks. Upon death, you will respawn at the last visited Predium. Resting will cause enemies to respawn. No way. I haven't died yet, so I'm doing good, right? If I haven't died yet. Am I far in the game? Mon Dieu. What the hell? What the hell? You thought I would lose, didn't you? You know what I mean? If I rest at the thing, will this enemy respawn? I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Wait, what did that do? Did I gain experience or something? Did I gain something from that? You need key to the chamber of the eldest brother to open this door. So it doesn't affect my character? It doesn't make my character stronger?
Regretful be the heart, penitent one. The anguish of the eldest brother has now come to an end. I am Deo Gracias, witness to and narrator of the acts of the grievous miracle. Such is my penance, as yours is silence. The cradle of affliction is what you seek. This can be found in the mother of mothers of the churches. It is a remote place separated from the rest of these lands by a great sacred and forbidden door.
Wait, what about the ladder at the beginning?
Even a wise penitent like me knows nothing of what lies beyond those high walls. However, what I do know is that, according to the rule, one must carry out the 3 humiliations to gain access to what they guard. One of them must be performed in the high mountains, covered in thick blankets of snow and ice. Another in the depths of a dark, entombed church where the sleeper lies. And the last one at the end of the trail, carved by moans that claw their way out of an iron spiral, in the bowels of the bell named Hondo that grows into the earth. Take this thorn and place it on the handle of your sword. If, when the time comes, as you grip your weapon firmly, you notice that it wounds you and makes you bleed, having grown with more thorns sprouting from it, writhing over the figure of the father carved into the knob, that will mean that you are at the mercy of the grievous miracle, whether for its punishment or its forgiveness.
So what does that do? What about the ladder at the beginning? What about this ladder? I cannot use it. If that's what you mean, I cannot reach it yet. I cannot reach this ladder yet, if that's what you wanted me to check. What did you want me to check about this ladder? I cannot reach it. There will be a skill tree combo attacks, obscure quests, and very annoying enemies. So what I'm saying is, take your time. Alright. Perfect. Where's Greater Rank? I'm playing their favorite game. Hold on. I have to DM Greater Rank because you know what I mean? I'm playing your favorite game. Come on. Come on. Is that an enemy or a friend? That was an enemy. That was not a friend. I cannot kill the bird. Wait, do you gain experience in this game? Enemy or friend? Advanced technique parry, counterattack retribution. Oh, of course, there's parrying in this game. Press R1 to parry. This maneuver allows you to counter weak attacks and deflect heavy strikes. During a counter, press the square button, the amount of impact to perform a retribution. Why didn't the next screen load? What is this? You have acquired equip a prey in the Gunner inventory and press L2 to invoke it. Easy. How do I get this? Press R2 plus in the air. What is this? I collect babies. You'll find them children of the moonlight. You'll find them caged of Calvaldia. You can release them. You know what I mean? I parry. Better than in many Souls games.
There is no answer to our plea. The miracle has forsaken us, and my ornate throne turns its back on those who await here.
Press share to open your Gunnar map. Hello, villagers. You want to talk to me?
Sorrowful be the heart, penitent one. Welcome to Albero, sanctuary to this humble brotherhood of the Kissers of Wounds.
Oh my gosh.
Few remain here who can still employ it. But Tirso is my name.
Oh my gosh. Pervert.
There are few of us who still care for the sick and ailing.
Aww.
With devout kisses, we bless the wounds of those who seek our protection.
No way.
Thus both we and they remain at the mercy of the miracle. Time outside these walls passes by strangely. In sundowns we need not contemplate. But if your penance happens to carry you under set skies, be so kind as to bring us some ingredients for our ointments. The will in the miracle shall show you which ones they are.
Gunners. You know what I mean? Our new skill. Let's do this. Equip rosary beads in your rosary to improve the characteristics of the penitent one. Find additional knots to increase the number of beads you can equip. Okay, let's do this. What can I do? Skull of the bird is treated and collect. It's a print failless slightly cancels the penitent one's defenses. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm stronger now and sexier. I am now sexier than ever before. That morning when the bonfires were lit and the convicts were raising their ghastly pleas to the indifferent inquisitors, while Dove came down from heavens and perched on the shoulders of a prisoner, wore it straight until it burned with him. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. 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 Why is this weird?
Penitent one, you who carry the painful guilt in your cracked hands. Lend it to us and alleviate our burden. Lend it to us and wipe away our tears. Because it is an act of penitence.
Did they strengthen my sword? Makupa Shrines. Visit Makupa Shrines to increase the power of your sword. You can also spend... I knew it! See? I'm smart. You can also spend Tears of Atonement to unlock combat techniques. Visit additional shrines and increase Makupa's strength to access more powerful technique use. See? I'm a genius, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I feel sexy. How do I use this? Wait, how do I use this? Oh, okay. Your sword is literally called your guilt. Like, come on, Lucy. Why? What's wrong with my guilt? Okay, let's go. You know what I mean? I feel sexier already. Oh? I discovered a secret place. What is this? Feared by his countrymen, Persian attacker routes without distinction between rich and poor, always alone. A Daedric himself. What does this do? I don't know what it does.
This lowly servant greets you, O penitent one. Welcome to the ossuary of all those who will be eternally remembered. My duty is none other than to provide shelter to each and every one of these skeletal remains that linger under these intangible veils of dust.
Yeah?
It matters little how many years or centuries have passed. The bones speak to us through their creaking and grinding, and through their silence.
Oh my god.
But these remains need one another in order to reveal the truth they still guard within.
Only together, in intimate brotherhood, will they achieve eternal rest. For this, they beg that you help them. Bring them before me, and in this way, we will uncover the truth that they have silenced.
Who are they? Huh? Anti-Semitism has entered the chat. You know what I mean? Oof. Okay, let's get out of here. I don't like this room. It's perverted. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. Bone perverts, insults, Entschuldigung. Yeah. What is this? Oh my god, who is this?
Two faces greet you, penitent one. My name is Nacimiento. Look at my chest, upon which an ancient visage grows older and older. A face that does not speak, that does not think, while mine becomes younger, such that I now look like a child. Such a terrible sentence is this, that I do not understand its purpose. No matter how much I reflect on the sin that I may have committed to deserve it, the grace of the miracle is present even in those who are punished. Perhaps I might reduce the magnitude of this sentence by helping you. Bring me the quicksilver, which is capable of flourishing under our feet in any place at the whim of the grievous one, and I will mix it with the bile from your flasks, thereby enhancing its gift. Bring me the quicksilver, which is capable of flourishing under our feet in any...
This is not a Souls. This is not a real Souls-like game. In a real Souls-like game, I could kill him. You could kill all the NPCs in Souls games, you know? Healing is for weaklings, you know what I mean? Entschuldigung. I cannot kill him. It's not possible. Entschuldigung. Die, pervert, you know what I mean? Entschuldigung. Oof. What are these things always coming here? These sticks. I should get this bug out of here. Hold on. There's a bug in my room and I'm afraid of it. And I'm scared of it, so I have to get it out of this apartment. This is not an apartment, this is a house. But I have to get this out. So I'm afraid that this is a tick. Is this a tick? It's scary. It's scaring me, this animal. You know what I mean? Fido. I'm here. You know what I mean? I was afraid of this thing. Crazy little thing called a bug. You know what I mean? Lucy, why would you kill a gigantic child with a face on his chest who can enchant your Estus flask with a quicksilver? It doesn't make any sense. It makes all the sense, you know? Because I can, you know what I mean? And Shudligong! What if I fall? I'd rather not contemplate it, you know what I mean? And Shudligong! Wait, I died? I didn't pay attention to my health. At least wait, do I lose souls or something? Or whatever the equivalent is here? What do I lose when I die in this game? You know what I mean? And Shudligong. And Shudligong. That wasn't here before. Oh wait, that's my souls or whatever, right? What do I want to gather guild? I want to get rid of my guild, no? Entschuldigung. Press. Oh gosh. No way, bro. The game crashed. The game crashed. Or something. Oh no, it just alt-tabbed. Hold on. I thought the game crashed or something, but no. It was just that my battery in the laptop is low. Ugh. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. Oh man, I died. Come on. Why did I die? Entschuldigung. I killed the enemy. Because I'm that good, you know what I mean? I'm overpowered. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. 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 Boss fight? I died. Entschuldigung. Wait, the enemy won't respawn? Oh, this was what, just a one-time enemy? I thought this enemy would respawn or something. Did I mess up?
O penitent one, we traverse strange roads under the same firmament, with nigh other trade, nigh other name. My name is Redento, barefoot pilgrim of the Order of the Genuflectors. Prithee taketh nigh affront in my not looking at thy visage, for we at each moment lean forth, so as not to divert our eyes from the path. Such is our old precept. We are before Hondo, a great buried bell, erected upside down so that its ringing would make the earth tremble and reach distant lands. Now Hondo resoundeth in a deep triune moan that travelleth in echoes through its broad spiraling circles. My feet wish to cross the other side of this ancient valley, to move on to the next destination. Oh, my sins! Who could help me? I halt here to look for a crossing to the other side, so as to continue my penance in wandering. Ah, don't let it be a disturbance to thee, penitent in guilt, for my feet will find their long-awaited walking. Penitent one, may thy trade silence neither thy spirit nor thy frame.
Hello. Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty okay. How are you? I'm sad that the enemy that I died to did not respawn. Do you know what that's about? There was an enemy here and I died and it doesn't appear anymore. Did I mess up? Do I have to restart the entire game now? Should I restart the game? Wait, so what about that enemy that I died to that does not respawn? If it's your favorite Metroidvania, then you should be able to respond my question about that. Did I mess up? Why didn't the enemy reappear after I died? A flying demon-like thing. What is this? Because you're bad. What do you mean? I did that. What do you mean? You should. What do you mean? You know what I mean? Why are you being a pervert? Yeah, I can. Sure. I'll go back. It's not far away. Here. The enemy was here. It appeared here, killed me, and then does not appear again. You know what I mean? Oh my god. You know what I mean? I should use a spell. No! Oh my god. Wait, what? What the hell happened? What? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Thank you. You know what I mean? Oh. my soul is here. I have to retrieve it. How do I get here? Wait, how do I get there? How do I get there? How did I get here to begin with? What the hell? How do I... What? Do you know how I can get here? Was this a game bug or something? Was that a mistake in the game? Did I phase through a wall? Wait, what is this a bug? Oh my god. Cannot believe this. I mean, your chatter is not wrong, Lucy. When I told you that this game has an obscure quest, I meant exactly what your viewers wrote, but in a non-spoiling form. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. Oh my god, I almost died. Uh-oh. Now I really died. I thought I could reach it, you know? Entschuldigung. Oh my god. The fact that I cannot hit moving enemies is annoying. You know what I mean? Is it? Maybe. But is it as sexy? If you really think so, then why don't you join lucytaze.org/live and consider donating, or subscribing. Support your favorite streamer, which is me, you know? I hope I'm your favorite streamer. Now and forever. Do you know what I mean? Whoa, whoa. What is this? We will be talking about Shad Logique later today. What time is it? Oh my god. Later today we'll be talking about Shad Logique. Isn't that right, Glitch Master? Uh-oh. By insta-death? Oh my gosh. Oh. Am I supposed to be able to get up there now? I don't think I can get up there now. Yeah, I don't think I can get up there now. Okay, but how do I get there? You know? I cannot reach it. You know? There's no way for me to go there. Oh my god, you're so mean to me, Glitch Master, you know what I mean? Why are you bullying me? Glitch Master bully me, you know what I mean? No bully. No bully. You know what I mean? Don't bully me. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. I don't think I have the right skill. My soul here is still here, mocking me. I think I need an upgrade here. So I'll go somewhere else. I'll go somewhere else for now. Why doesn't this game have teleportation? Alright. What the hell? Oh my god. That was so weird. You know what I mean? That was weak of me. Oh. What is that? What does that do? Have I almost beaten the game? You know what I mean? I feel like I've almost beaten this game. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Entschuldigung. No, which master? What do you mean? Oh. Don't abandon me. Which master? You know what I mean?
Thou hast called upon the winch of the Order of the True Shrine. In this place, we gather the remains of those who were separated and forgotten, so we can grant them holy burial as our charitable rule prescribeth. Help us, these poor souls, O penitent one in silence. The Order blesses you.
Huh. Okay. I died. I died once more.
Bring me the quicksilver.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, hello, left of the box. I just died. I'm gonna be talking about empty content creators today. How are you? I have been raided. Welcome. How are you today? How are you this fine day? Well, let me refresh. As you can see, I'm wearing a new outfit today. Do you know what I mean? You understand my feelings? There's the skill down below. Hello, bad lefty. How are you today? Yeah, press like, everybody. You know? How are you? Maybe I should get to it and do the content about Chad Logic. Cause it's time, you know? Unless you want me to continue this. I've only started playing this game today. Hello. I am doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty okay in the sense that I've been working on my mental health care lately. I'm on my medication. You know what I mean? Also, tomorrow I'm gonna get some gender affirming outfits. Hold on, I have to check the mail because I'm trying to handle something related to Ukraine, but I've been having trouble, you know? Yeah. I'm taking psychiatric medication, you know? Because I have like issues, you know? Don't we all? Okay, we're gonna reach a safe point and then I'm going to talk to you about the... Are you familiar with the topic of Irish travelers? Yeah, I'm taking an antidepressant and a mood stabilizer. Oof. Oh, God. Oh, yeah? So basically there's this racist YouTuber that has no real beliefs that ran away from debating me about Irish travelers, but suddenly is talking about Irish travelers again, you know? Well, the side effects have been nausea, but it's been getting less, you know? The nausea has been getting better. I almost died. What is this? When the vulva is equipped, you have a chance to earning tears of atonement when destroying an object. Oh. My effects have been nausea and a bit of a stomachache, but apart from that, you know, it's been okay. So let's do a... Chad Logic has been doing a thing on Irish travelers on Kick. Yeah? So let's see. Let's check out the Chad Logic thing. You know? Do you know a content creator called Chad Logic? He used to pretend to be a left-leaning content creator. He called himself a Marxist, but he's actually a complete disgrace, you know? I'm gonna show you. Sadly, yes. Oh, yes, unfortunately. Oh, so you are familiar with him. Yes. Yes. Strategic has been doing stuff on travelers lately, and he was supposed to debate me. He went full chud. I know, right? Okay, let's do this.
Let's
A wellness check on Chad Logic. Or President Sunday for the discriminating viewer. Research on the GSL. What is GSL? Let's see. I'm gonna... Opera... Where is the... How do I... YouTube. There you go. We've done it. So this is the thing. Petra Parker, why a transgender Spider-Man works. I've seen this on Twitter. Petra Parker. Very cute. What is this?
Funny. I suspect that's probably the reason for the friction here is Nathan, being stupid himself, does correctly clock this guy here is more so.
President Sunday calls everybody stupid. I just noticed. If you're familiar with President Sunday, the content creator, then you know that he calls everybody stupid. I wonder if he thinks I'm stupid. He has like 160 viewers.
Government, as a social organization, or if you find out that you're been given, dun dun dun, drum roll,
Okay,
please.
that's enough. That is enough. Okay, dum dum dun. Crocodile and alligators eat ribs. Christian grifter thinks has-been hotel and hexed will lure you to Satan. Jesus Christ almighty. Okay, Chad Logic. I promised you Chad Logic. Has he been talking about travelers on his main channel? No, he hasn't. He doesn't have the guts to do that outside of Kick. What the fuck? He has a lot of views doing this crap. There's nothing on. Okay, Chad Logic. Irish travelers. I guess. Because he has like Chad Logic on Kick, I guess. There you go. This is the thing. Indeed, Lefty. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, he used to call himself a Marxist.
Is this thing on? Hello?
Kick is a platform.
Dared to criticize a fraud huckster black guy. Isn't it fucking mental, dude? Like you're.
Oh my god. Oh no, he actually. Chad Logic is going to weigh in on the whole academic that has been accused of plagiarism and committed suicide. It's like it's just, you know, the witch hunt on this academic person.
Dude, what? It's not in a language I understand.
Well, they've shut me out of my email account.
I've heard this history before, but I forgot what sent them over the chat line. Oh, what sent him over the chat line is that he wasn't making enough money being a progressive, quote unquote. So he basically switched to being a bigot and played to a bigger audience to make more money. That's it. He just wasn't. He was making small change being a progressive and switched to more bigoted content and found an audience and is making more money. He said many times that he just doesn't believe in anything. So he just doesn't care. He's an empty shell of a man. That's why I have empty content creators in the title. Because I don't think Chad Logic believes in anything. I just think that he will say the most vile crap as long as it makes him money. That's all that he cares about. The numbers, the money. He'll say anything as long as it caters to an audience.
They've banned me from campus.
De brief van de rector bevat een aantal heel concrete elementen en beschuldigingen aan Kovnas' adres.
Things that are being pointed out is comments you made about Professor Arde. For example...
So basically, I mean, I guess we'll just get into some of this stuff. I've got no...
There you go. Chad Logic is commenting on the whole controversy about academic being witch hunted into suicide, basically.
Nothing really lined up. I'm just chilling today, so if you got stuff on this, do link it. But basically, this Kovnas guy lost his job. So Nathan Kovnas, and it wasn't even for the racist stuff that he'd done before, because that happened before this university took him on. So the university took him on, knowing obviously all of his research and background, and knowing that he had all this kind of like IQ analysis and shit like that. But he lost his job because of the Arde stuff. So, I mean, it is literally Floyd 2.0 that we're dealing with.
What? What do you mean Floyd 2.0? I don't know what Chad Logic means by that.
With now. It's Floyd 2.0. It's exactly the same fucking shit as Floyd.
Okay. Okay, now I'm... What? What is he trying to say? That George Floyd was... Okay, what is he trying to say?
Floyd. You know, someone losing their job because they dared to criticize a fraud huckster black guy.
Wait. Was there some other Floyd? Was there some other Floyd case? Is he saying that... Wait, is he saying that a person being murdered by a cop is a case of someone criticizing a huckster black guy? Wait, wasn't George Floyd the person that was killed by a cop by being suffocated to death? Cream, cash, rules everything around me. Is so often the reason for so many of these pricks. Yeah, I know. I mean, that is basically his whole modus operandi. What is he even trying to say with the George Floyd thing? What the fuck?
Isn't it fucking mental, dude? Like, you're seeing it
is mental what I'm just hearing right now.
Happen again. People that are ringing alarm.
What do you mean again? Like, those are completely unrelated cases. The only thing that these people have in common... Wait, Andre, is that the academic that committed suicide because they were, like, just because there was a witch hunt? I have to look it up. Yeah. Jason Arde. Wait, hold on. Wait. The only thing that the Arde person and George Floyd have in common that they're both black, but their cases have nothing in common. One was a person that was stopped by the police and killed by a police person. one while being detained, and the other is an academic that was kind of, there was a witch hunt because he was accused of plagiarism or something, and then he was driven to suicide. These things have nothing in common. There's no commonality apart from that they shared the same skin color. What is Chud Logic even trying to say here? What? Why? How can you even compare it to George Floyd? These things are nothing alike.
Doubt is comments.
Nothing alike. Like maybe I'm just stupid and I don't see the connection. Maybe Chud Logic will walk me through it. I just
made
what?
About Professor Arde. For example.
So basically, I mean, I guess we'll just get into some of this stuff. I've got nothing.
How is this in any way comparable to what happened to George Floyd?
Really lined up. I'm just chilling today, so if you got stuff on this, do link.
These rose people just see both black, therefore they're the same. Racist logic. Like, yeah, it's just what the hell?
Link it. But basically, this Kovnas guy lost his job.
Uh-huh.
So Nathan Kovnas, and it wasn't even for the racist stuff that he'd done before, because that happened before.
Vladimir says, I mean, George Floyd was a black guy, the academic was also black. You know what I mean? I mean, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Before this university took him on. So the university took him on, knowing obviously all of his research and background, and he lost his job because of the Arde stuff. So, I mean, it is literally Floyd 2.0 that we're dealing with now.
This is so stupid. Like, Chud Logic is such a shameless buffoon. Shameless buffoon grifter.
It's Floyd 2.0. It's exactly the same fucking shit as Floyd.
Brainless content for brainless people. And he has a lot of people watching him live. Like, he's been having, from what I remember, at least 500 plus people watching him on his streams. That's not what it literally means, child.
Someone losing their job because they dared to criticize a fraud huckster black guy. Isn't it?
George Floyd was murdered. People were not angry over George Floyd because people criticized George Floyd. That's not exactly the crux of the anger that people felt about the whole thing.
Fucking mental, dude. Like, you're
I don't
seeing
think criticism was the thing that people were angry about.
Happen again. People that are ringing alarm bells about a fraudster that happens to be a black guy and also is lightly hired because of the DEI stuff.
There's no evidence of that. He was a professor somewhere else before this university. Like, there's this DEI thing is just pure speculation. Yes, Lucy, is literally that primitive. You don't have to overthink it. I guess. I mean, Chud Logic is a primitive guy, so that does not... Like, he just brainlessly repeats slogans. Like even a very surface level checking of this case, it's just... I thank you for Irish Travelers, but it's just, I'm also getting this case. I've read a bit about this whole thing, and it's like, it's nothing. Yeah. I'm getting info behind the scenes that DEI is not even a thing in the UK. Oh, it's yeah. I'm seeing BM was crazy lefty woke silencing, but George Floyd was murdered. George Floyd was murdered. Like the people were not angry about George Floyd because people, you know, because people criticize George Floyd. People are angry because he was murdered. You know, it's that was the main cause of the whole. You know, because black people are disproportionately brutalized by the police. And I've heard a lot of, like, if we're gonna go back to George Floyd, the whole discourse that happened around George Floyd, people would say, oh, he wasn't a saint. Oh, he was on drugs. Oh, he threatened his partner or something with a gun. Oh, he did this, that, or the other. And it did not register with many people for one reason or the other that just because you do a bad thing or maybe of questionable character, it does not mean that you can just be executed on the street. Right? That does not mean that cops are judge, jury, executioner and, you know, and can just execute a person on the street. It's just that was the thing that people were angry about, you know? Like it doesn't matter. It didn't matter, you know, the character of George Floyd. Like that's not the. And in here, from what I understand, an academic was basically harassed to suicide. And I'm leaning towards that the academic was harassed to suicide because I've seen cases where people legitimately lied about their credentials in Poland. I have seen cases where academics lied about their credentials to get a job, and it was never scandalized like this. Usually schools want to deal with something like this very quietly because if a school hires somebody that lies about their credentials and gives them a job and they're allowed to work for an extended period of time, that reflects really badly on the school actually. So usually schools want to deal with that sort of thing quietly and fire the person. But this has been really scandalized. This has been really there's been a really big harassment thing going on.
You know, they're then getting in trouble because of it. When all they're doing, and all he did was he wrote an article where he explained the plagiarism, and I've not read every single word, but skimmed through it.
Oh, you skimmed through it. This is how Chad Logic does his research. He skimmed through it. I haven't read every single word. I didn't really read, you know, I didn't really research this whole thing, but, you know, I just saw that a black guy was accused of plagiarism, so I just skimmed it.
And it just seemed to be talking about plagiarism. Do you know what I mean? It was just about.
Ugh, Chad Logic does that, you know what I mean. Now I wanna never use that. This started to be my catchphrase, and now I'm kind of put off.
About plagiarism. It wasn't about his, like. I mean, there was obviously an aspect of talking about the DEI stuff, but it wasn't like he was like this low IQ black shouldn't even be here. He was just talking about the fact that he.
I mean, you just assumed a couple of sentences ago that the person was probably hired because of DEI. You assumed it. Like, you said that it was because of DEI. And again, he was hired as a academics at a different school. So what? All the schools always hired the person based on DEI? That makes no sense. And from what I'm hearing from people living in the UK, DEI is not even a thing in the UK. It's an American thing, from what I understand. Yeah. Like, of course, Shad Logic had to weigh in on this. Like, this is what I'm talking about with empty content creators. Just no belief, no principle, nothing. Just whatever racist thing to spout to get money from a racist audience. That's basically Chad Logic's thing. He thought he could get money when progressivism was on the rise, when fascists and all the other people were winning debates, when that was on the rise. Chad Logic swooped in to have a piece of that pie. That didn't work out for him. He didn't really make. He did not really found great success being a progressive, so he just switched gears and found more money in whatever this is. You know?
Plagiarized, you know? Yes.
It's just that's the reality behind Chad Logic.
1.0 was crazy, by the way. We'd never do that again. Yes, exactly.
What?
Woke 1.0 was crazy, by the way. We'd never do that again. Yes, exactly.
Woke 1. What? What is he even referring to with this crap? Woke 1.0. What is that supposed to mean?
Called him mentally disabled.
He called himself cognitively impaired. What I said was very similar to what he and his own supporters say.
Again,
what? Very similar?
He called himself.
You called him mentally disabled.
Okay, cognitively impaired is not the same as mentally disabled. I'm actually gonna Google it. Okay. Is cognitively impaired the same as mentally disabled? It's not the same.
He called himself cognitively impaired. What I said was very similar to what he and his own supporters say.
Okay, I would need to know the phrasing of. I would need to know the wording of the person themselves and this person's wording on the matter.
And University also points out in the letter that you called Jason Arday a worthless scholar.
No. Yeah, well, he is.
I mean, yes, he is.
How would you know? You only skimmed this person's article.
There's other things I've been watching about this.
From whom? What have you been watching about this?
Analyzing is kind of, analyzing all of his kind of academic output.
Okay, who did the analyze? Who did the analysis?
And it's all just race slop. All of it is just utter fucking race slop. It sucks.
What the fuck is race slop? What is race slop? I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Race slop. Just this is meaningless. What?
That's why the
No, seriously, what is race slop?
university placed him under investigation, and why there's a scandal.
Professor Arde is dead now. Some hold you personally responsible for his
Hey! Thank you, Possum, for the sub. Thank you.
Now, that's a very tricky question, right? I did...
Tricky question?
Take an action which set off a series
Wait,
of
what did
events
he say?
that led an action. I did take an action which...
I did take an action. Who's the worthless academic now?
Set off a series of events that led to a tragic outcome. If I say that I'm not responsible, then it sounds like kind of I don't appreciate the consequences of what happened. If I say I am responsible, I mean, what are the implications of that?
Some accuse you of taking pleasure in his downfall.
I had zero interest in Jason Arde.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I had no ill will for him. I wanted him to stay.
Yeah, I think that having listened to this guy's interviews and him talk about this, I've come to the inevitable and undeniable conclusion.
Yeah, we really care about your undeniable and inevitable conclusions.
That he's just incredibly autistic. He is one of the most autistic individuals I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, but you call everybody that. I'm sorry, but autistic is like a meaningless term when you say it. Child logic is just, it doesn't mean anything because you call everybody that. Like it's your favorite word in the lexicon.
Did I take pleasure in his downfall?
Like you call everybody that.
Yes. Yes, because I've spoken about the Floydism stuff, and it felt like a great example of how Floydism had this impact and this influence.
What the fuck is Floydism? Chad Logic is such a stupid individual.
And then you saw it on this
I hate that people like this get an audience. I hate that people like this get even a speck of attention. I hate this. Like, I hate that stuff like this gets Chad Logic any amount of success.
Kind of, you know, international scale. It was being talked about all over the fucking place. And it's like, yes, this is the central aspect of all of the hysteria.
This is a really good example of just flattening all subjects to easy to digest slogans. Floydism. I really want to know what this whole race slop, supposed race slop is. Like according to Chad Logic, probably any sort of race-based analysis is slop. It's weird. The fuck guys. Yeah. Like
area that followed Floyd, you know? This is the central aspect of the
I
whole.
mean, that's a good point. Chat logic is basically, I'm getting good points from somebody that chat logic is basically engaging in race swap.
Whole thing. It's this kind of progressive.
Like I kind of, it just makes me want to check what kind of academic work did this Andre guy engage in, because like Chad Logic saying it's race swap doesn't tell me anything. It could be anything. It could be anything. It could be even analyzing relations between people of different race in society, and Chad Logic would probably see that as race swap. I don't know. I don't know what kind of, is there a way for me to kind of what kind of academic work did Ray, am I writing this correctly? Engage in. Andre. British sociologist. Is that the person? The sociologist? Jason? Sociology education, examining how social structures impact learning environments and academic achievement. Race and ethnic relations, investigating systemic inequalities, Eurocentric curricula, and the experiences of Black, Asian, and minority ethnic students and staff in higher education. That's not that's race swap. Is that supposed to be the race swap? Is that it? Is that framed as race swap?
Gender is that you conflate.
Oh, look, it's Andrew Wilson. It's just I have to look into this. I'll have to look into this more at some point. I might have to look deeper into this whole thing, into this. I want to look into this guy, and I'll. Yeah, I don't want to. That's a good point. Hello. Hello, Glitch Master. I'm just getting into this academic debacle stuff, and I'm getting good advice behind the scenes to really look deeper into this, because there is much more into this case than what Chat Logic is presenting here. Would unsurprisingly, thank you, Glitchmaster, for the $10. I mean, you haven't missed super much. I started talking about Chat Logic, and he is discussing the case of the academic that committed suicide due to a harassment campaign, and Chat Logic is offering a very shallow, narrow-minded analysis, quote unquote, of the situation. And I'm probably going to read a lot more about this, because yeah, Like I don't even know what chud logic means when you say that are they engaged in race slop.
Mentality, this BLM centric, identity obsessed, progressive leftist mentality.
I don't even know what these are, just empty slogans. What did he say here?
You know, and it is like so obsessed kind of progressive mentality, this BLM centric,
Progressive mentality, BLM centric,
identity obsessed, progressive leftist mentality.
These are just empty slogans. That doesn't mean anything. Identity obsessed. Well, I'm sorry, but as long as oppression is based on identity, discussing identity becomes a necessity, right? If a government creates policy and laws that target certain people based on their identity, then I'm sorry to say that identity becomes a topic of discussion, unfortunately. Like this is stupid. But this is the type of empty content creators that I'm talking about. Nothing but empty slogans. Empty content creators operate on empty slogans.
You know, and it is.
I don't even know why Chad Logic is just believing this person on face value, considering that he just skimmed through this guy's article. He did not even do an in-depth reading of this. He did not even analyze this guy's arguments. He just skimmed through it and just assumed that it's all true. Not a fan of everything being called ex-slops. Slop. I mean,
like such a classic tale.
he didn't even read his arguments. Because he agrees with the racism. I mean, yeah.
You know? Oh yeah, I saw the.
He's a white guy with glasses and a suit. Jackie has to be right. I don't even know where the DEI argument comes from. I'm gonna Google. Like, is it like how much is it like even a thing in the UK? Is DEI a thing in the UK? Unlike in the US, DEI in the UK is heavily tied to the Equality Act of 2010, which legally protects 9 specific characteristics such as age, disability, race, sex, and sexual orientation. That's not really DEI though. That's just basic protections. That's not really DEI though. It's different.
New jar video. Also, I think he was getting into some sort of beef with Sensitive Society on Twitter. But yes, I've got that to watch. Yes, I think that'll be good. But yeah, Sensitive Society was like freaking out at him on Twitter, going on about his fucking views. I mean, dude. Very funny. Very funny.
Logic is such a shallow individual. Swear to God.
Hope you had a good. But thank you, Crispy Legs. It was great. Just got back from holiday and I went to Spain. It was
Just gonna add that he's way too cowardly to actually discuss any of these things with a living person. Like, he is too afraid to discuss any of these things. He was supposed to talk to me about the Irish travelers, a thing that he's apparently talking about in this very VOD. And he was too cowardly to talk to me about it, but he is more than open to continue talking about the subject. It's pathetic.
horrible. What was wrong with Spain? It's sunny, isn't it? Yeah, Dark Viper, Jar. I've seen some of the stuff, but obviously, guys, if there's anything you think that would be of interest, do stick it in the Discord. Do put it in one of the recommendation channels. But yeah, today we're just catching up with some news, just having a sort of, I need to learn how to stream again. It's been a week. I've forgotten how to stream, so we need to learn again. And then tomorrow, we're going to be back in the normal flow of things, hopefully.
Professor
What things?
and
I wonder what that means for child logic.
his best life. This was about DEI and Cambridge. Arde was just incidental to that.
Incidental,
Do
but
you
now
have
he
a
said,
rate
of course, that you in some way.
10,000 year Jar rage. I cannot wait for when Jar makes an attack.
Oh, so he basically what this guy is saying, that he had a broader agenda of being against any sort of diversity and inclusion, and this guy's just happened to be useful for him.
Attack video on you, old man. 2026 is the year of the hard R Jars.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you.
Underestimate the human toll this would take.
The fact is, he was an influential, powerful.
Anyway, guys, I'm not even fucking listening to this. I'm too distracted. Right, lock in. Let's lock in on this. Come on, I want to do a little bit of Arde stuff. Because Arde has had the last laugh. Kofnas has lost his job over this.
It sounds.
That is such a stupid thing to say. I am glad that this guy lost his job, though.
It's like kind of, I don't appreciate the consequences of what happened. If I say I am responsible, I mean, what are the implications of that?
Some accuse you of taking pleasure in his downfall.
I had zero interest in Jason Arde. I had no ill will for him. I wanted him to stay professor and live his best life.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You didn't want him to be a professor. You said that he was a worthless academic. Like, you cannot say in one breath that someone's a worthless academic and then that you'd like them to continue being a professor. That makes no sense.
This was about DEI and Cambridge. Arde was just incidental to that.
Yeah, the last laugh, it's just was a very bizarre thing to say. It's a very bizarre thing to say. Last laugh.
Incidental, but now he said, of course, that you in some way underestimate the human toll this would take.
The fact is, he was an influential.
Bro. Dude.
An influential, powerful, that's...
A fucking human toll it would take. And it's saying, oh, this guy's...
I mean, yeah, a person died. Yeah, the human toll, yes.
This position of prominence at Cambridge because he's plagiarized.
How do you know? You haven't looked into this. Why are you so positive? You skimmed through a single article. Skimmed through a single article, and yet you're so positive that he did this, that he did the plagiarism, and that he's like, come on. This is ridiculous.
Like, yes. Yes, I'm back. Yes, Todd, I'm back. I'm back. Hope you get gems today. I'm just catching up on news and politics and stuff today. My normal.
Fuck me. Chad Logic should stay far, far away from news and politics. Swear to God, if Chad Logic finds success covering news and politics, then we are in a very depressing world. He just takes this guy's word at face value without looking into it, without analyzing any of it. Like, again, he just skimmed through this guy's single article. He just skimmed through the arguments and he just treats them as 100% true. He just takes it as a given that he raised to prominence, quote unquote, through the plagiarism. Apparently he was already investigated before, and that investigation has showed no real evidence of any plagiarism. So that's also like, I will have to look into this deeper. Okay, I will have to look into this whole thing deeper. What I will say right now, that it's ridiculous for Chad Logic to skim a single article on the topic, not even properly read a full article, and just come to decisive conclusions on the subject. It's just pathetic. You should never go to Chad Logic for coverage of anything. You should never trust Chad Logic on any sort of coverage of any sort of subject. That is what I have to say about that.
Normal stream.
That is what I can say with confidence, based on what I'm seeing here.
If you want like a normal stream, tomorrow is a normal stream. Today I'm learning how to stream again because I've forgotten.
Powerful person who sought power and fame. You have to be allowed to critique such people, even if there's some risk that they will take it the wrong way or feel very bad about it.
You said in a podcast interview, and I quote, "After the revolution, I will be the head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science at Harvard."
Oh my god, that was an obvious joke. That was a fucking joke, dude. That was so obviously a joke. People are so upset about what's clearly a joke.
What's the joke?
What did you mean?
So upset, joke, dude. Oh my god.
The head of the podcast interview.
Take it the wrong way or feel very bad about it.
You said in a podcast interview, and I quote, "After the revolution, I will be the head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science at Harvard."
Oh.
Okay. What a funny. Real academics do not make stupid jokes like this, okay? Actual real academics do not make jokes like this. And I know because I've actually been very close to academia my entire life. My grandfather was in the highest rank achievable in academia. Like real, actual, legitimate academics do not make jokes like this. And as I understand that this person dabbles in race science. So
Oh my god, that was an obvious joke. That was a fucking joke, dude. That was so obviously a joke. People are so upset about what's clearly a joke.
What did you mean by that?
It was a joke. I made a joke.
Dude. Oh my god, man. I saw people literally freaking out about that on Twitter. Oh my god. The guy that exposed Ade said he wants to be head of race science for Harvard, as if there's going to be a fucking position for that.
I didn't even realize the camera was rolling at the time. So
Sure.
So, okay, you saw the worst thing I say when I think no one is listening. That's not being recorded. That's it.
Wait. That sounds horrible, actually. Oh, you accidentally recorded what I say behind closed door. What?
Is it really a joke?
Well, I mean, the joke is based on some kind of truth, which is that
There we have it. The joke is based on some sort of truth. That's all I need to hear. That the joke is based on some sort of truth.
I think that there should be a science of race. I think that
obviously suddenly not so obviously a joke anymore, huh?
Academia should study race.
Of course. Academia should study race.
Should study hereditarianism.
So it's not actually a joke.
Whoops. Chad Logic is so stupid. He was laughing his ass off just seconds ago and suddenly, whoops. It's a joke based on some sort of truth. Suddenly, Chad Logic is not laughing anymore. What a stupid idiot. God. Chad Logic is so stupid.
Well, the joke is that I'm going to be head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science. People are taking it too seriously.
Yeah. 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 I'm joking, but it should actually happen. But I'm joking.
My opinion.
On social media.
Don't treat it so seriously. But actually it should happen. It's actually based on some sort of truth.
There's a
He's
lot
just
of
so autistic,
personal attacks.
That is an empty argument from Chad Logic. It's just such an empty argument. Chad Logic calls everybody autistic. Chad Logic is too stupid and engaged in any sort of analysis, so he just says, "Oh, this person's so autistic." It's just this means nothing coming from Chad Logic. It really means nothing.
Aimed at Rector Petra de Sutter, rather viciously attacking her identity as a trans woman.
If somebody has misgendered.
Oh yeah, that's another aspect to this as well. That's another detail of this too, right? So this guy got fired, okay?
For being transphobic additionally, which Chad Logic loves. Chad Logic has become a real big fan of transphobia because he's been wronged by a trans person or something. He's been quote unquote groomed by a trans person because he engaged in sexting with a trans person and he never recovered from that or something.
Guy got fired. And the person that apparently made the decision about firing him was some former Green Party transgender individual. Or something like that.
Okay.
Rector de Sutter, I had nothing to do with that. And I'm getting harassed, I would assume, a lot more than Rector de Sutter.
Are you?
I'm flooded with death threats.
Oh.
Just countless. Every time I open my email. This is an example of hate mail, since you asked for the most recent. Stay safe, kike.
Based. Okay, hang on a sec. I think that's probably some far right guy, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's some far right dude. I don't think that's one of the lefties. They call you a Zionist. If it was a lefty, they'd say "Stay safe, Zionist," not "Stay safe, K word." Leftoids hate Jews now. Yes, that is true. That is very true. There has been a lot more anti-Jewish sentiments coming from the lefties. That is true.
Me, I am the...
Child logic is so stupid. Henry says, like, dude, obviously Dr. Mengele MC, a German stand-up comedian. The whole race science and experiments were just a joke. Got too far. Why are you all so serious? Oh, true, Vladimir. That's true. It was just comedy going too far. The whole race science and experiments were just a joke going too far.
The Jew in this case. You know, just don't tell people my exactly safe.
Wait, what was that?
Me, I am.
Oh, what is this? What is this? Some sort of altar for dead Palestinians that you want to celebrate?
Child logic is such a stupid individual, I swear to God.
The Jew in this case. You know, just don't tell people my exact address, and I think I'll be okay.
Because just to be clear, it is your ambition to stay on at Ghent University, or isn't it?
Well, I'm not out to be fired. It's my job, so...
Ja, hij zegt...
Okay.
I guess he got fired, right?
Where's the story about him getting fired? I can't find him getting fired. I can't.
Child logic, so prepared for his streams. Child logic, always so prepared.
Can't find the firing situation. Because from my understanding, I don't actually looked at it in detail because I've been away and stuff.
Of course.
But from what I understand, Kofnas got fired, and it was nothing to do with his race realism takes. It was purely as a result of writing about Arde.
I mean, it's related to his race realism stuff. The Arde thing.
Sure.
It's kind of connected.
Dude was Goymaxing. Oh, dude, I saw this. Dude, this is great, man. Kofnas might be my new favourite Jew, I must say. I think very little actually turns policy-wise in the IQ debate within race. So he's talking about IQ. Never go full Kofnas. As a Jewish intellectual myself, I can't quite get behind the thrust of your criticism. Enjoy your afternoon. I didn't know you're Jewish. We should engage in ethnic networking sometime to subvert the Goyim. Fucking hell, man. That's funny, though. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy, dude. He's
very funny. Very funny.
Very charming. And
it's very charming.
But in spite of his autism, he's exceptionally charming and funny.
Child logic is such a stupid individual, I swear to God. I suppose stupid people find stupid things funny.
Even though he's a bit sort of, you know, autistic in his delivery.
Yes, Jesus Christ. You already said it. Look, running out of things to say.
I actually saw, dude, I saw some posts. I saw the rare Kofnas Giga Chad somewhere. Yes, it is funny. He can be the last in the oven. Okay, dude. But yes, I do think he's like a massive, you know, racial guy. Anyway, here's his thing with it.
I thought it was obviously a joke. You said earlier that it was obviously a joke. And now suddenly he obviously is a race guy. Like, This is the level of analysis that you get from Chad Logic.
Here's him getting fired. Academic who accused Jason Ade of plagiarism suspended by university. Yeah, yes, dude. This is the one. This is the one that I saw, dude. What the fuck is this, man? Oh my god. This story's so funny, man, because now you've got this,
So
weird
funny.
little, IQ race.
This whole story is so funny. It's just so funny. Oh god. What a story. So funny. I'm laughing my ass off.
Academic guy. And he's just this little autistic fella that happened to have written an article about this that brought forward all of this attention. And now he's like at the spotlight, but he's some weird little autist, so he's not got like much charisma and screen presence. But then he just sounds based.
I mean, you don't have much charisma yourself, and yet you're finding some level of success on social media, so. He finds it charming and funny because Chalogis finds racist jokes charming and funny. I guess, yeah. Chad is just a racist bigot. I mean, yeah, he is. It's just, he's just very stupid. Chad Logic is just not very intelligent, I'm sorry to say. Like, the level of analysis is puddle deep. He's not really saying anything. He's not adding anything. Like, if you think for just a few minutes about what Chad Logic is saying, he's not really saying anything. He's not really contributing anything into the subject matter. He's not really, all he's doing is spouting racist jokes, laughing like an idiot, and calling the whole situation funny. Without any, he admitted that he did not even read anything about this. He did not look into this. He skimmed an article, the accusation of plagiarism. He did not even read it in full. He does not know what the arguments are. He does not know anything about the academic. He does not know anything about this guy. He knows nothing about any of the details of the entire thing. He just finds it funny that this little autist, quote unquote, wrote an article and is now in the spotlight. That's the extent of Chad Logic's knowledge about the whole thing. Right? But if he gives excuses to his academic work because suspects autism, why not treat the RD the same way? Because Chad Logic calls everybody who engages in any sort of, I don't know, when Chad Logic feels out of his depth and that people are getting too detailed about how they speak about things, Chad Logic calls them autistic. Chad Logic calls everybody autistic. Hardy had been diagnosed with autism. Like Chad Logic, like it doesn't mean anything when Chad Logic calls people autistic. Chad Logic uses it as an insult to begin with. But in this case, it also works as like this weird excuse for the person.
What I want to know is how fucking.
So even the worst accusation of Chad is true to RD. Why is he defending this guy who clearly doing race slop? He might use the R slur. What is the difference? Right. I mean, the race is the difference because Chad Logic is pandering to a racist crowd and is against DEI, and this person was black and did not deserve to be an academic or something. Chad Logic already decided that this person was hired due to DEI and that he did the plagiarism. So yeah, biologically racist.
You're going to top yourself over some academics. Well, the reason Ade killed himself, it was twofold.
Oh, okay. Chad Logic, who knows nothing about this whole thing, will now explain to us why the person committed suicide. You know, do you see what I mean with this? Chad Logic knows nothing about this. And he will just explain to everybody here why the suicide even happened. When the extent of his knowledge about the whole case is him skimming an article.
As far as I can tell.
Brilliant.
It was his ego getting, you know, irredeemably wrecked.
Ah, yes. Famously, people commit suicide because their egos get wrecked. Of course. Amazing. What is the second reason? What's the second reason, Chad Logic?
Off the back of this all getting exposed, you've got to think in the course of a matter of weeks.
You gotta think. Of course, it's common sense. As always with these people, it's just common sense.
The entire facade all came tumbling down.
Of course. Corazzo says, I understand that Chad calls everyone autistic, but he gives an excuse based on him calling the racist guy. Yeah, it does work as an excuse here. Yeah, I will agree here. He calls this racist guy. Yeah, it does work like that here, yeah. It does work like that here. Because he's already made his verdict based on skimming a single article. Because it's convenient. His audience likes it. He makes a lot of money by adapting this narrative.
So he probably had like massive ego.
And ironically, that's why, by the way. Because that's the way, in that way, he can pander to his audience, which is not small. Chad Logic's audience is not that small, so that's why. I would not be able to tell why they ended himself. Well, Chad Logic has all the answers. Reason number one is apparently his ego being damaged. By, you know.
Death.
You can never know what the deciding factor was, but Chad Logic has skimmed an article and that just has all the answers now. He's talking about himself. I mean, Chad Logic's ego might have been bruised when he realized that he cannot make any money being a progressive. That is true. His ego was also bruised when he was, I don't know, courted by a trans person over chat. Yeah.
And then on top of that too, I think there was a narcissistic kind of like streak of, well, fuck all you guys, I'm going to show you.
Ah, yes. Very famously, people kill themselves because they narcissistically want to tell people, I'm gonna show you. Yeah, I'm gonna show you all. I'm gonna kill myself, and that'll teach you all a less. I told you Chad Logic was not very intelligent. There was this narcissistic element to it. Hold on,
You know,
I
like
wanna hear this
streak of.
again.
And then on top of that too, I think there was a narcissistic kind of like streak of, well, fuck all you guys.
Yeah, fuck all you guys. I'm gonna kill myself now. Is he being serious with this crap? Well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna kill myself now. I'm gonna teach you all a lesson. Really? What is he even basing this on? One, his ego got bruised, and second, narcissistically wanted to say, fuck you guys, I'm gonna show you. Like, what the fuck? What is this?
Show you. You know? It's what it's like a sort of a mentality of wanting to punish those that have attacked you.
What? This makes no sense. This makes no sense. That's just, I'm sorry, on what level does this make any sort of sense? I'm gonna punish you all by killing myself? Sure. Amazing level of analysis, Chad Logic. We can always count on you to provide how it is.
And make them feel
None
bad.
of that lefty nonsense, right, Chad Logic? None of that lefty progressive nonsensical analysis. You tell it how it is.
For having done so. Just, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, just gonna punish everybody by killing myself. That's how it goes, right? That's how you punish them. That's how you teach them a lesson.
Yeah, there was a vindictive streak.
So
vindictive streak to it, exactly.
So vindictive. Oh my god.
And I think, it's clearly been successful. And
for
anyone that said, like, woke 1.0 was great. I mean, this is woke 1.0 again, isn't it? You've got this black person beyond.
Yeah, it's so woke. This is. Fuck me. Karasa says Chad's understanding of suicidal state of mind is very limited, very harmful. Yeah, it's just, what the fuck is this? What am I supposed to do with this reasoning? What am I supposed to do with this? One, the person's ego was bruised up, and second, they wanted to teach everybody a lesson by killing them. Am I supposed to treat this serious? This is exactly why I said that you should never go to Chat Logic for anything, for any sort of analysis of anything serious. You can, I don't know, if you really like super silly drama slop, then maybe. Although I don't even trust Chat Logic to handle that. It's this is ridiculous. This I cannot treat this. This it's not even funny. It's just I cannot treat this seriously. Oh yeah, I know exactly why this person committed suicide. From what I can gather, it's a bruised ego and a vindictive streak. He wanted to teach. He wanted to punish everybody by this. This makes no sense. This makes absolutely no sense. Clearly, he never engaged in any suicidal prevention material. Never talked to anyone working in the field. Never read anything about it. This is victim blaming of those who end up having suicidal thoughts. We all who have that are just narcissists and egotistical. Yeah, and you want to punish everybody, and your ego is bruised. This is so ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Approach beyond criticism. Someone's dared to criticize them, and now they're suffering consequences because this other person decided to kill themselves, you know?
Yeah, famously, people decide to end everything to punish others. To punish others for criticizing them. You just, whatever ambitions you had in life, whatever dreams you had in life, loved ones, family, friends, you just throw it all away because you decided to punish your, the people that criticize you. That makes perfect sense, of course. Oh yeah, and your ego is bruised, of course. Of course, that's why people do it.
An academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arde of plagiarism has been suspended from his post at a Belgian university. Nathan Kaufman.
When I had problems with this topic, that's what I was thinking. I'm gonna teach everybody a lesson.
A self-defined race realist who argues genes play.
Oh wait, a self-defined race realist. I thought this was all an obvious joke. I thought it was all an obvious haha joke.
Non-trivial role in intelligence differences between racial groups was among those to question Arde's work and achievements. This prompted a weeks-long plagiarism row prior to his death on 14th of August. Kofnas said he was under investigation by Ghent University for discriminating against Arde. Right.
Okay.
So there we go.
Okay.
So there it is, guys. So if you're wondering why it is that Jason Arde was able to, have this velocity to the upper echelons of Cambridge and it not be questioned or queried by more people, there's why. There's your answer, guys.
What is the answer? That makes no sense. What is this? What is this leap? Because this guy was investigated for discriminating against Andre, that's how he got into his position?
There's your fucking answer. There's your answer. Don't...
That makes no sense. Just walk me through the connection.
Dare question the magical Negro professor, lest you have your job come into fucking consequence.
This guy's a self-proclaimed race realist. He believed that the magical professor had lesser intelligence because of his race. Chad logic. That's discrimination. That's discrimination objectively. By definition. Like being a race realist necessitates that you engage in discrimination. What do you mean? This is ridiculous.
Jason Arde is the greatest professor that ever lived. No, he's not.
Nobody says that. Nobody says that he's the greatest professor that's ever lived.
Sure you want to lose your job? Jason Arde is the greatest professor that ever lived.
This is ridiculous. This is race slop.
Yes, hire the race realist guy, then get surprised when he does race realist analysis. But that being said, his analysis of Arde was not significantly rooted. I mean, obviously it's his belief, but his actual analysis of his work was fueled by the plagiarism allegations.
Okay, what was the plagiarism allegation fueled by Chud Logic? What was that fueled by? Yeah.
That was the fundamental aspect of what he was talking about in all of this.
Okay, what was that fueled by?
It wasn't about his race beyond it being he's a DEI hire. He was taken.
And what do you think that's about, Chud Logic? What do you think people are saying when they say this person's just a DEI hire? What do you think they're saying? What do you think usually race realists say when they say, oh, this person was only hired because of DEI? What do you think is being implied there, Chud Logic? Are you stupid? That's a rhetorical question. Oh yeah, it's just the race realism is not connected to this at all. She was simply saying that this person was only hired because of DEI. This person is simply saying that this academic was not qualified for his job because why? Child logic. Because why?
On as a product of his race. It wasn't he's an idiot because he's black. You know.
Oh, is it? Sorry. Sorry. My apologies. Thanks. Okay, fixed. This is ridiculous. Child logic is either just doing this on purpose or he's just very stupid. Because the implication of somebody just being a DEI hire is actually rooted in race realism. Oh, this person's IQ is just lower, and without DEI, they would never gotten the job because of their race. That is the implication. That is the direct implication. And for child logic to pretend that's not the case is just, it's just so dishonest. That's just so dishonest.
You know? God, this is crazy though that he's been suspected. So I said he lost his job.
It is crazy that you're so stupid. It's your stupidity is just crazy. It's crazy that people listen to you, that people give you money. That's just crazy to me. But whatever, it's just, it seems like the stupider you are in online content creation, the bigger success you find.
I think he's lost his job. I think he's just been suspended, you know? Oh, hey, Gringle. Jason Arde as Harry Potter. He sacrificed himself to kill Lord Voldemort. Very based, indeed. The university said a staff member had been notified of a preliminary disciplinary investigation and suspended as a precaution. In a statement regarding Arde's death, its rector, Petra de Suter, who, for those of you that don't know, I think you need to see a picture of this individual.
Why? Why do I need to say? Why do I need to see a picture of this individual?
Because it tells you everything you need.
Oh, okay. Of course.
To know. Oh my god, dude. What the actual...
I think this is gonna be about the trans person. I think this is gonna be some transphobia mixed into the, you know, for diversity.
Oh, fuck, man. That's them there.
Okay, what am I supposed to make of this? Like, what am I supposed to make of this photo? I've seen dozens of people looking like this. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? When was the last time Chad Logic looked in the mirror? Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to take from this?
That's them there. Well, it's a trans woman, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Aren't they a transgender person? Yes. Petra de Suter is a Belgian gynecologist. What? Gynecologist? What the fuck? That's a bit weird. What's going on there?
Why is it weird? Why is it weird that this person's like kind of color? What? Vladimir says the joke was infuriatingly good. Well done, Chad Logic. We're laughing in convulsions. What am I? I've seen dozens of women. Like, what am I supposed to do with this photo?
What's that all about?
It's called finishing a school, picking a profession. What is the implication here? What is the implication supposed to be here?
What's going on there?
Ha ha ha.
Oh, the Grown Party, which I'm guessing is the Green Party, right? Yeah. Social justice, human rights, and ecologism. So that is essentially the Green Party.
Mm-hmm.
She is the first transgender minister in Europe.
Okay.
Nigel Farage in a wig. Wow. From the opposite side of the political spectrum, perhaps, but yes, something along those.
Oh my god.
This line, sure.
So funny.
Sure.
Mm.
So anyway, guys, that, ladies and gentlemen,
Fucking hilarious. Bless you. Thank you. Also, if you wanna support me and my work, consider joining this page where you can donate or subscribe. It will help me greatly because I mainly make money from Patreon and donation. You can always join my Patreon and become a $1 Patreon because I draw manga. Actually, I can show you an example of my work. This is like a pause for a little bit of how you call it, a little bit of advertisement so that I can how you say survive. I do stuff like that for Patreon. Copy image, paste. How do I copy the link? Copy media link? Guess. Is this it? Yeah, I draw stuff like that for the Patreon. See? Manga. You see? So that's basically, you know, I draw these little. This is about mental health, by the way. Yeah. So you can become a $1 Patreon, and I try to upload little mangas pretty regularly. You know? Alright, let's continue watching. Mr. Chadlogic.
Is who is now making this comment about it. Its rector and vice-rector said they took recent public statements made by a postdoctoral researcher at Ghent University regarding this matter very seriously and had taken appropriate action. They said the university stood for respect of human dignity and opposes discrimination, hatred, and racism.
All those things that Chadlogic, you know, standing against these things is what Chadlogic hates the most in the world. Unfortunately.
Okay, but hang on a sec.
Oh.
They took him on in the first place. They took him on in the first place, didn't they? How on earth can they possibly say this when they took him on, knowing he's some race and IQ guy? And
How? Okay, why do you assume they knew it when they took him on? Why do you assume that they knew they hired a race realist? This is interesting. I don't even know how Chadlogic knows that. Hello, Lisa. That's a good point. Wait, my or Chadlogic's? Like, I don't know how Chadlogic knows that, even. Like, how does he know that they hired him knowing that he was a race realist? How? How do you know that they knew? Like, that's... Like, I would require some evidence that the university knew when they hired the guy that he was a race realist. Where? Link it for me.
and it's all he fucking bangs on about.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I need to read a lot more about this whole thing.
Okay. I don't really understand that. Maybe there's like a separation in how people get hired. So it could be that someone gets taken on and it's kind of separate to these people. So that's why they're like, oh, this guy's a bit racist. And it's like, yeah, his whole fucking underpinning ideology is about how there's IQ and race differences. They said Arde's death should prompt reflection. Oh, hang on a sec. We attach great importance to academic freedom and to open academic debate, even when views are controversial. However, that freedom is not unlimited. It goes hand in hand with responsibility and may be restricted in order to protect the rights of others.
Right.
They said Arde's death should prompt reflection and that lessons should be learned regarding the way we treat one another both within and outside the academic world, particularly when people become the subject of public controversy. Okay, Kofnas works as a postdoctoral researcher and his role was terminated. I don't know if his role was terminated, I just think they renewed his contract or some shit, but anyway. To his view that, under a true meritocracy, black people would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment. That's not true. That's not what he said. Dude, all of these... Dude, as much as I am blue-pilled and love the mainstream press, having covered this quite a lot now, I must say that I am very... my eyes...
What do you mean?
are very open to how dishonest they're being about this guy.
Are they being dishonest?
Because he wasn't saying that, you know, in my view, this would be the case. he was saying that according to Harvard's own assessment, they would disappear. He was
Citation needed.
saying that if Harvard had a meritocratic system that was based predominantly and primarily on grades and stuff, or IQ, I can't remember what the detail of it is, but he was saying that according to that metric or that measure, that would happen.
So he did say what they're saying he said. You're just stupid, Chad Logic. So he did say it. Carasso said, to be fair, this is possible, but then again, it is different to have a race realist and a race realist who is harassing other academic due to his race realism. That is also true. But I still want the link. You know? But I still want the link, you know? I don't mind getting links. Lisa can DM it to me or something.
And on top of that...
So he did say what he said. From what Chad Logic is saying, he did say what he said. Chad Logic tried to just spin it by saying that the university said it. But he just said if university applied some metric, then they would disappear. So he did say it.
As well, the other thing too
so
is
there's no
I was quite
dishonesty
taken
then.
aback. If you read his article about Arde, he even
Karas says it's important here that the issue is not that Arde had investigation. Important here that the issue is not that Arde had investigation.
said there were some blacks that could do the job. He said, I got a black mate. He said, I got a black mate. Because he was saying that there's people in the UK that could do Arde's job. It's not that there's no blacks that can do it. It's just that, you know, his interest is, or his academic research.
Very interesting that Chad Logic uses the term blacks. That's always a red flag for me. A red flag. But that Arde had not been given the same courtesy as any other academic in similar accusations who are white. Yeah.
Research or ideas are about, you know, the interplay of IQ and race and academia and stuff like that, you know? Kofnas claimed to have put Arde's work through plagiarism tests of which found that many passages are lifted with minimal editing.
Hold on, where is it?
Sometimes retaining copy editing mistakes from the original source, yeah. We get the gist. We get the gist. So anyway, Kofnas. So Arde is at the last laugh.
IQ is different than academic achievement. Yeah.
I think Arde is genuinely won in many ways.
Because well, yeah, this is, yeah, he's so won. Yeah, what a win. What a win when you get harassed and commit suicide. It's just, you stack up those wins.
Because
I guess in this case, death is the ultimate win.
As much as it's a very clear, evident story of what happened.
No, it's not. I hate it when stupid people say that. It's so evident.
The kind of suicide has led to this black Floyd-esque hysteria.
The fact that he is comparing this to what happened to George Floyd just tells me everything that I need to know.
And anyone that's questioned it, reported on it, spoken about it, is considered as like a bad person.
Child Logic is such an idiot, I swear to God.
And we obviously, before I left, we watched Novara Media bend the knee to this. And there's a few journalists that have reported on this that are actually a bit more robust that I've seen, like this guy.
Jason Arde is dead, and the racist mainstream media killed him. That has been the narrative spun since the disgraced Cambridge professor was tragically found dead to property in South London last Friday. Arde's awful, untimely death.
Yeah, dude, honestly, we spoke a bit about it before I left, but there was this petition that was doing the rounds, right? And it was to limit the number of articles you could write about someone in a given time frame. What? What? Have you thought about that for more than 1 second? As Harmful Opinions thought about, mentioned on Twitter. Obviously, if you instituted something like that, it's not going to be the case that the people that you don't like are going to have the right level of articles written, and the people that you do like, do you know what I mean? You're not going to be able to have it like that. It's going to be used by rich and powerful people to suppress, press discussion about a given person. And also, yes, true, it does. Yes, Cambridge get away scot-free from, having engaged in this charade of having this guy on, in spite of the fact that he wasn't qualified. And they get away scot-free, and they're already pointing the finger, talking about sort of a racist crusade against him.
Apparently by his own hand, has been held up by activists as the grimly predictable consequence of a weeks-long smear campaign against him by the press. This was a public assassination, a lynching of a brilliant black man for having the temerity to think he belonged at Cambridge. There's just one problem with this. It's not true.
Hey!
And in the attempt...
Yeah. I'm gonna read it after stream. I'm gonna read a whole bunch about this whole thing.
Turn Arde into...
Let's go!
Yeah. I know he was suspended after the suicide. Yeah, I know that.
Oh, racism within mainstream media is responsible for Jason Arde's death. Dude, oh my god, dude. Do you? Oh my god, it's like you can see the through line of approach of the tactics that are used. It's like for like. They have taken the exact framework of the Floyd thing.
No, they did. It's completely. These are completely unrelated situations.
And just applied it to this. Racism within the police force is responsible for George Floyd's death.
I mean, why was George Floyd killed?
Racism within the mainstream media is responsible for Jason Arde's death.
Well, I'm sorry, black people are pretty discriminated against. Right? That's a fact. That's an undeniable fact.
It doesn't really work, and it doesn't make sense.
It actually makes a lot of sense.
The police thing, there are things you can point to that make it more...
Like what?
More believable, even though I think there are issues with it, right?
Okay, what are the issues with it?
Especially all the after product of the Floydism stuff. But this...
What? Why? Like what? Be specific.
It really doesn't hit unless you are really fucking lost in the source.
Okay, why?
What racism existed there that is responsible for his death?
The fact that he was not given the same courtesy as other people in similar situations that happen not to be black, for example? How's that? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. This is just stupid. Chad Logic is a stupid individual. Never forget that Chad Logic is a stupid individual. By the way, Lisa, the fact that Chad Logic dared to mock you in any sort of way, just whenever you remember that Chad Logic mocked you, remember that Chad Logic is a really stupid individual. I'm gonna be right back. Be back. Also, look at this apple butter. Yeah, apple butter. I'm back. Okay, so Cherry matey. Apple butter. People who had been white academic accused of plagiarism said not having 200 plus articles written about them. Do you think it's natural that a non-white academic gets that attention? The last one was that I'm an annoying Arthur woman. Yeah, Chad Logic is not a very bright individual. I'm surprised that he didn't call you autistic. To be on international, yeah, it's weird because I remember clear as day that my sister said that she had a professor that was he was actually doing a pretty good job, by the way, and he legitimately just fabricated all of his credentials. He didn't have like I think he did not have a diploma or something, and he was just given a job at the university. But he was, I think, he was basically quietly fired. Like the universities don't really want this sort of reputation that they hired a person without doing a proper background check on them, you know?
Yes, there were racists talking about it. Yes, there was some racist commentary.
Yeah, I'm listening to it right now. I'm listening to racist commentary right now.
Yes, there was undoubtedly people who were like, yeah, this black guy's getting wrecked and I fucking love it. But overall, the
I mean, I'm watching that person right now.
overarching story was about DEI, Cambridge, and our day's fabulism, fantasism, whatever you want to call it, you know?
What?
That was the main thrusts and strands of the story about our day.
Mm-hmm.
But they're somehow trying to twist it to it being about this sort of racism narrative. When if you actually go and look at and read the articles, there isn't really any racism in them.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna trust the racist to tell me what is and isn't racist. Of course. Thanks, Chad Logic. I really trust you on this. Thanks. If you say there's no racism, then there definitely is no racism, right?
You know? The fact he's getting attention, yes, is because of his race, but then that's obviously intrinsically linked to the fact that he was put in his position because of his race.
Do I need to say more? Do I need to say more? Yeah, I am listening to a racist coverage of this topic. He was only put in place in this position because of his race. Okay, prove it. Prove that he was only put in his position because of his race. Demonstrate it.
So you can't really, you know, untangle the two.
Given that Chad Logic has probably done a lot of research on this, we're probably going to see a lot of evidence that he has been put into this academic position due to his race. Oh wait, no, we won't. Because Chad Logic has not done any research in the slightest on this subject. Of course he has not. Why would he?
But this is a very clear effort to evoke the same sort of narrative or mentality that kind of rose up after Floyd was killed.
A martyr.
Of course.
brought down by a white supremacist media, we see a kind of derangement, a racial hysteria we had hoped had come and gone with 2020 and the peak of Black Lives Matter.
Thousands of people in the UK and around the world.
Well, I'm sorry, black people are being discriminated against. That's is still a reality. What are we supposed to pretend that it's not?
Appalled by the public assassination of Jason Ardern.
Dude! Is there a book or something that these people read? Is there some sort of pamphlet or book that explains to them, here's how you turn him into George Floyd. Here's the model.
This is so stupid. Chad also read all 200 plus articles. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he skimmed through one. He skimmed, by his own admission, he skimmed through a single article.
Here's the dynamic. Here's what you say. Because the through lines and the language and the...
I mean, you see, Karasu, the only reason because that there were 200 plus articles, it was because he only got his position because of his race. And that is why his race was so important to this thing. That's not racist at all. I mean, true, race realism does need representation. It's very underrepresented and discriminated field, I guess.
Words are like the same. It's like the same fucking language that's being used. The same sort of ideas and concepts that are being used here.
Yeah. That's the only connecting tissue here is that in both cases racism was involved. That really is the only connecting tissue, and that the victim was black in both cases. That's the only thing that connects this case to George Floyd. Which, I don't know, I dare say that's not enough to draw such comparisons.
The lynching. The lynching.
Arday was the story of the summer. 2 weeks ago, he resigned from his professorship at Cambridge University following mounting evidence that he had plagiarised large sections of his PhD.
Mounting evidence, even though the case was... I've not been shown any evidence that any case ended up in his conviction for this. Again, I will need to look into this deeper by...
thesis.
As far as I understand it, no plagiarism was decisively proven.
Fabricated personal achievements, lied about racist intimidation he had suffered, and perhaps even exaggerated.
Dude, this is the exact thing I was reaching for earlier, yes. This is what I was looking... Yes, dude. Dude. Jason Arday is the greatest black professor that ever lived. You might disagree. You might have some evidence to the contrary. But you have to ask yourself, is it really worth losing your job over?
Yeah, that's what happened. So we know in NHS you have the higher chance of complications during pregnancy and not do any biology. That is a fact.
Jason Arday was the greatest black professor that ever lived. It's the same fucking thing, dude. It's
Sadly, this is what many other even leftist people take. But ultimately, it's DEI to be blamed. Yeah, because people don't understand what DEI is.
exactly the same thing.
Also, affirmative action is not really DEI and affirmative action, because people usually point to affirmative action when they say DEI. These are separate things. It's just, whatever.
Okay, and what is this thing? What? Oh my god, this is fucking awful, man. This is
Why
absolutely
are you so gleeful?
fucking awful, dude.
Your life is a story.
Well done, 007. A clean kill. Looks like he won't be getting away with this one.
The news is that I am in control.
Bro, this is this is fucking awful, man. Oh my god. So this is racist. This is actually racist, okay? So this is one of the few posts that I've seen about this that's actually just explicitly, unironically racist shit, okay? Well, I mean, you know, the way he's been presented. Wait a second, I've just realised something. They've done the shine on him. They've put the fucking shine on him. You know, he looks really shiny in every picture. They've put a shininess to him, dude. He did look really, you know, wet in every single picture. It is true. He did look very wet. He looked exceptionally wet. Glistening. Yes, he was glistening in every picture.
The extent of his autism in his youth.
Probably gonna go to sleep after this. We're probably not gonna be able to get to the Irish Traveler topic. We're gonna have to tackle that one next time.
This was a spectacular fall from grace. Faraday was more than an academic. He was a sensation. He guest edited the Today programme. He was profiled on Good Morning America. A blockbuster memoir was in the works, all off the back of his incredible story, that of the poor, illiterate, neurodiverse kid who became a top academic.
Oh, another thing that I've seen with this as well. Another thing that I've seen with this too is people are claiming that Arde was telling the truth on certain details of his story. And the thing that they're pointing to prove that he was telling the truth is him saying it before and it getting reported on in the press. And it's like, well, that's the point, isn't it? The point is he said that he did things that he didn't do consistently through the years, which led to this kind of web of lies being propped up, you know?
Do you have a rape
I don't know what child logic is.
fetish?
Why do Brit blacks act like they were put in chains and whipped or kept in ghettos? Man, you guys really shouldn't have let these ungrateful people in.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kick, Scrimpin. Appreciate it. I'm glad you made it out I wasn't in Vietnam, for fuck's sake. What, you guys think I went to fucking Asia for like a week? No, I didn't go to Asia. I was away for a few days, but then I've been busy with the kids. Dude, honestly, man, this stuff is fucking crazy, dude. Dude, they are literally fucking obsessed with Carmelo Anthony getting raped in prison.
Okay.
But what is this, dude? Every single fucking meme the right have produced about this Carmelo Anthony guy is, wouldn't it be funny if Carmelo Anthony got raped to bits whilst he was in prison? If they've got like a fucking rape fetish. Dude, that guy was right about buck breaking. Yes, even if it didn't really historically happen, the right are obsessed with buck breaking, you know, blacks that misbehave or do something terrible like kill someone.
Marathon runner and charity fundraiser. For Cambridge, he was a symbol. When he was appointed in 2023 as a Professor of Sociology of Education, Arde was presented as the embodiment of the barriers faced by many underrepresented groups across higher education. His mere presence was supposedly proof that Cambridge was committed to fighting the racism and ableism that supposedly lurked amongst its colleges. Since Arde's death, there has been a desperate attempt to rewrite recent history, to downplay his lies, to smear journalists for doing their job, and all for straightforwardly political reasons. This tragedy is being exploited to fit an agenda, one that is pro-DEI and anti-press freedom, and it needs to be called out.
See, this is the thing, dude. Why can't Navarro Media are such pathetic... Navarro Media, I actually, as a left-wing outlet, had some level of respect for them.
You were never left-wing.
Because they did seem to be, you know, not complete. They obviously were progressive, but they weren't totally raped by this kind of woke mentality or woke mindset. And particularly Aaron Bastani was someone who was willing to be critical of like progressives if he thinks they were crossing a line or going too far or too extreme. But they've totally cucked out to this Arde shit. The fucking struggle, dude. The fucking struggle session shit is fucking mental. There's another one I want to watch as well of some other guy also doing this fucking struggle session over the Arde shit. Yes, they were. You just couldn't see it. Were they? Okay. Racism on the left. Well, the thing that they did for Arde was very religious in sort of spirit.
Religious?
The way that they were sort of chanting his name like a sort of religious spell or something. It was fucking mental. I was watching a bit of it when I was away.
The bogus narrative now being forged goes something like this. Arde was a young professor, minding his own business, when the media suddenly decided to take him down. He was accused of plagiarism, but then exonerated, but still they kept on coming. So furious were they that a black man was ever given a perch at Cambridge. It's hard to know where to start with this. By the time Arde resigned, the same day that Cambridge finally opened an investigation into his academic conduct, the case against him was overwhelming. The Telegraph found over 100 passages in his PhD that were identical or near identical to those in another student's thesis. Worse still, in his later papers, he was accused of falsifying data, of lifting quotes from other academics and passing them off as quotes from his own interviewees.
We will have to look into this.
Yes, that's another detail. There's so much here that's been missed with this. So the plagiarism stuff is bad from just like an academic angle. But there was also claims that he could have inserted quotes claiming they were from his own research, but they weren't. And I don't know what the standard is for academic fraud or whatever. But it certainly is like bad. And obviously you would expect him to explain himself. Obviously he's fucking dead now. He's roped to bits. But you would expect him to explain himself and say, you know, oh, well, here's where this came from, or that's not quite right, or something like that. So that's, if anything, possibly worse than the plagiarism. If he's used quotes or, you know, information from other interviews in his own research.
Obviously,
this would, if proven, amount to academic fraud, something much more serious than plain old plagiarism. And amount to academic fraud, something much more serious. This would, if proven, amount to academic fraud, something.
This would, if proven. So, this person just said that the case was overwhelming. And then now he added, if proven, which means it has not been proven. If proven. It's a pretty crucial detail, the if proven bit.
Much more serious than plain old plagiarism. And contrary to the chatter online, these weren't just wild accusations or rumours.
If proven.
Times, the Telegraph and other publications pored over his output, commissioned independent academics to analyse it, and courted a range of expert opinion. And what they found was damning.
Also, people will say that that's a product of this excessive scrutiny that he received. But don't forget that he was threatening people with defamation using this very aggressive reputation.
That doesn't mean anything, the fact that he resigned.
Management law firm, Carter Ruck. So he was using...
The harassment might have been bad enough that he resigned. It's just, it doesn't mean that the evidence was sound.
...them to go after people that were making allegations. So, although people might say, oh, that's because he was black, and Well, no, they probably wanted to make sure that the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted, so that if they made an allegation and if they put something in the paper, they'd be able to back it up with research and evidence that they'd done to say that they hadn't.
Like, people have already decided that he was guilty. There was already hundreds of articles. There was already a harassment campaign.
Negligence of looking for the truth. Do you see what I mean? So it's like, well, yeah, of course they're going to go into this high level of diligence because Arde put the word out essentially that he would take serious action against anyone that tried to come for him.
That Arde was exonerated stems from one investigation by Liverpool John Moores University, which awarded Arde his PhD. It concluded that his thesis was legit, as well it might, but this investigation hasn't been published. Apparently, it's strictly confidential.
Black's Hispanic unit.
Oh, so it's like this person's putting into question the investigation.
It's a non-violent crime now. Very true, but many are saying that the suicide was a product of his low impulse control, but that's racist, so I wouldn't say that personally.
In the end, John Moore's good word wasn't enough for Cambridge, which was eventually forced to open its own inquiry after years of burying its head in the sand. Similarly, activists will point to the role one Nathan Coffness has played in this story as proof that this was all a racist campaign against Arde from the off. Coffness, a self-described race realist, posted a blog last month detailing extensive evidence of Arde's plagiarism.
If it's extensive evidence, then why do you need to preface it with "if proven"?
Coffness was hardly the first or only person on this trail. David Harris, Professor Emeritus at Plymouth Marjon University, began privately contacting Cambridge and John Moores about his concerns about Arde.
Okay, I will need to look into this further. Alright, I think we have had enough of this topic. Tomorrow we'll get into the Irish Traveller stuff. We've been streaming for 4 hours, 30 minutes. It's been a lovely stream. I will see you all tomorrow, and I will raid you into somebody that will appreciate you far more than I. Who should I raid you into? Who should I raid you into? We will look into this topic extensively. We will do some research into this. Ico rules. How does that sound? Oh no, Lisa is here, so Lisa is not a fan of Ico. So maybe Riverboat Jack instead of Ico. See? For Lisa. We will raid into Riverboat Jack. Yeah? Ico is fine. Are you sure? I could just raid into Riverboat Jack. Alright. Yeah, I know there's no need to publicize this sort of investigation. But it just, you know, this whole thing is silly. You know? But we will have to look into this. I will have to... we will have to look into this whole thing. I want to look into this further. Yeah. That's why this guy had to preface, if proven. Keep in mind, this guy said that the evidence is overwhelming, but had to say, if proven, this would mean. Which means that it's not proven. So yeah, of course, the Cambridge. Yeah. That's why this guy here has to say, if proven. Because it's not proven. Alright. No other white academic had this public international scrutiny. Yeah. So I guess we'll have to finish this here, and I will look into this and I will present it in a more organized format, because this is just insane, you know? I am on it. And unlike Shad Logic, I'm not just gonna skim through a thing and decisively, you know, go ahead and give a decisive judgment, you know? Alright. Good night. I'll see you all tomorrow.